too, especially towards George and Greene counties out there, just for containing some of those gusty straight line winds as it tracks further off towards the east. So again, even if you don't see any of those active tornado warnings heading into tonight, I know it's breezy out there right now. It's only going to continue to stay that way. Those winds will continue to increase. We've gotten wind gust reports so far 55 miles per hour. And Jason, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of those gust reports go even higher.
Yeah, so right now we are getting gusty winds, and that means there's a lot of energy in the area, in the atmosphere this evening, and that's why we've got the rotation too with all that wind, and that could be converted over to rotation, severe thunderstorms, and possibly tornadoes. So presently, just to update you, we've got a warning for this here. The signature on it, it is bowing out, which means that if we don't have a tornado, we likely have a severe thunderstorm going on where it could be producing wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. The rotation area is going to be up here near Smithtown, so it's more into Wayne County, and it may be just outside of the Greene County area temporarily, but the forward speed on it is 60 miles an hour. So it won't be long. I would say give it about 10 to 15 minutes, and it will have raced across and into Washington County. If you're in Copeland, that's what we're watching for right there. A possibility of rotation and also a bowing signature here too, where we may have some thunderstorm winds. It is tracking towards Knobtown, State Line, Copeland, Mahaffey, and it should be in the Copeland area in about 10 to 15 minutes, and then over towards Yarbough and Chatham in about 20 minutes. Milry, Yarbough, and Chatham. You've got a storm that's warned for tornado, the potential of a tornado. Doppler radar indicated that it is tracking off to the east, northeast at 60 miles an hour, and it will quickly head into Washington County. To the north, we've got a tornado warning for this cell here, which has prompted some damage in Wayne County. It is still in effect for Choctaw County, but they may extend the warning over into northwestern Clark County. So be alert. Coffeyville, the West Bend area, Vashti, Morven, McIntyre, Thomasville. You've got a warned cell that's here to the west in Choctaw County along Highway 84, and it is heading into your area. So those are the two areas that we're watching. This one has not prompted a tornado warning in our area, but it could do so at any time. And then we've got the warning up for Washington County for this cell here that's on the Greene County and Wayne County line that's going to be moving into Washington County shortly. Further to the south, we do not have as much rotation going on, but we've got a severe thunderstorm situation. So Greene County and George County, where you're not under a tornado warning, you are under severe thunderstorm warnings, and those extend all the way back down to the Mississippi coast along that line. We're back to reflectivity now. That's a little more conventional way of looking at radar. Reflectivity shows us where it's raining really hard. The rotation actually shows us where there's some rotation in the atmosphere, where the rain particles are going towards it away from the radar and help us find tornadoes. So we have two different tools we've been using here, and this is the reflectivity product, and what it's showing us is that we've got extremely heavy rain in Stone County, Mississippi. It is tracking to the east. There's a lot of lightning along this entire squall line, and it will continue moving over with extremely heavy rain soon in the Lucedale area as well as Leakesville. So we'll be watching this line further to the south for rotation, but it definitely has the potential of producing damaging winds as it moves through. It's really drawing all the energy up from the strong frontal system and a lot of the wind we've seen throughout the area today, and it's being bottled up in these thunderstorms. And where we've seen gusts outside the thunderstorms today, up above 40 miles an hour, up to about 45 miles per hour in places. Now we're looking at the potential of wind gusts up to 60 plus miles per hour with these severe thunderstorms. That's why we're under thunderstorm warnings in Lucedale and Leakesville. Further up the line, we just had an update to this warning. They've trimmed Greene County completely out of the tornado warning, it appears. So Greene County, Mississippi, not under a tornado warning right now. The tornado warning for Greene County, Mississippi has been dropped. The tornado warning for Washington County has been continued. So the focus for this area of rotation is now more into currently Wayne County, but it won't be long. I'm thinking about another 10 minutes. It will cross the Mississippi-Alabama line, and we'll have this potential tornado that will be heading towards the Copeland and Mahaffey area here, just to the north and east of State Line. This is 56, which is the road between State Line and Chatham. And then further north, you've got a lot of county roads right in through here between Copeland and Mahaffey. And these are areas that could be impacted by this warning that's quickly moving out of Wayne County and about to move into Washington County. We can see the rotation area right here, and it's zipping across. It is a 60-mile-per-hour forward speed here. They just updated it, and the forward speed is at 55 miles an hour. So the storm's near Buckatuna, and Buckatuna is not far away from Highway 45 here in Wayne County. It is south of Waynesboro, so Buckatuna is right in through here, and we expect it quickly to move through the Copeland area. It will clear Buckatuna around 7, near where it says Battles. That's pretty much Buckatuna right there. And then by about 7:05, I'm expecting it here in the Copeland area. That fast forward speed at 55 miles an hour is quickly bringing the potential for damage in your direction in Washington County. So it's a very active weather scene across the Gulf Coast right now. We are looking at a possible tornado in Wayne County moving into Washington County, and then we have numerous counties that are under warnings right now. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of Clark County, parts of Washington County, and also Greene and George counties in our area. That's 4 counties where parts of the counties are under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And then we have 1 active tornado warning, and that's going to be for this cell here in Washington County. It's yet to be seen whether the Weather Service is going to extend this warning here in Wayne County over into Clark County. It does include Choctaw County right now, but as it crosses the Tombigbee, it could be an issue for Clark County. Then these orange boxes here are severe thunderstorm warnings. And then the yellow color here, this is one big tornado watch. So what's the difference between a watch and a warning? A watch means conditions are favorable for severe weather development. A warning means it's potentially happening. We either have one on the ground or we have a Doppler radar indicated tornado. So that's what we have going on there with that cell. And then we also have the severe thunderstorm warning. So it's very active out there right now, Jennifer. We're seeing a lot of storms throughout the forecast area, and it looks like it's going to be a busy night here on Fox 10 News.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jason. So that's why it's going to be so important to stay updated. I did just back up from that one really quickly, but I wanted to mention that they did go ahead and drop off that northern tornado warning that we were just mentioning that was tracking closer towards Clark County. So now it is only 1 active tornado warning, and this does include the Fox 10 viewing area. So this is going to be for Washington County. And we're just beginning to notice that area of rotation beginning to push in there. And so it's going to be important for wherever you are. If you're in Mobile, Baldwin County, if you're in the Florida Panhandle, Monroe County, Conecuh County, Escambia County, Alabama. Just make sure that you're staying updated with us heading into this evening, as we do have that active tornado watch until later on for this evening. Some of these storms, they are picking up that forward speed, and so they moved up some of those Mardi Gras parades for this evening. A great idea out there. Just in some of these storms, they were moving in earlier than what we were hoping for. But the good news, we got all those parades out of there. They're quickly clearing all of those streets, but it is windy out there. So anything that can easily be blown away outdoors, just make sure that you go ahead, bring it inside, because even if you don't have those active tornado warnings heading into this evening, it is still going to be breezy along this line. And so you don't want to lose anything out there, any of that patio furniture, your trash can out there. Make sure you go ahead and bring it inside. If you have any of those flags hanging up outdoors as well, and those Mardi Gras decorations, don't want to find out in the morning that you lost them out there. So go ahead, plan accordingly. Go ahead and make sure you're bringing all of that inside. But here is that 1 active tornado warning that does include Washington County. So Milry, Yarbo, Chatham, Copeland, you haven't quite seen any of that yet. If you step outside, you're likely hearing all of that thunder and lightning, possibly even just in your home there. We're starting to see some of that ramping up closer towards Copeland, towards Milry, and up towards Dunbar too. So it is getting active with some of that lightning. That just shows how the system is strengthening. It's picking up some of that traction. That speed is getting quicker. And so that really is something that we're having to monitor as we do get closer. So even if there isn't a confirmed storm tornado in this, those are still some extremely gusty winds that can cause some of that damage out there. And just a reminder, in case you do lose power, because it doesn't take much for some of those tree limbs just to fall on some of those power lines out there. If you do lose power, we are actively streaming on our Gulfstream platforms. So that'll either be on your phone, your weather app. You can watch us live right there, fox10tv.com. And also we are live streaming on our Facebook page as well. If you do have any of those damage reports, you can head right on over to our Facebook page on our Facebook Live. Just comment some of them there. Also, that way we can pass that along to the National Weather Service so they know of any of those damage reports in that area too. It really helps them out, especially with warning some of those folks that haven't quite seen this system move through there just yet. And a reminder, in case you are watching us, you do go under that tornado warning. What do you need to do? You need to go ahead, go to the bottom level of your home, stay away from any of those windows, make sure everyone's inside, bring the pets inside too, and just make sure that you're going into the very inner portion of your home. It can be a pantry, it can be a closet, it can be a bathroom out there. If it is the bathroom, go ahead, get into the bathtub. It's going to be your best decision heading into tonight. And as mentioned before, if you're not seeing any of these storms just yet, just wait, because this will continue to track through Mobile, Baldwin counties and also the Florida Panhandle later on for this evening. So as these active tornado warnings do continue, we will stay on air, continue to keep you updated, as we will start to just see some of this beginning to make its way through the entire Fox 10 viewing area. So let's go ahead and take a look at the reflectivity out there. As we do just back out just a little bit, because all of these storms are beginning to move into additional portions, seeing more of that ramping up just closer towards Greene and also George County now too. Lucedale starting to see some of that light rain. Right now, just checking to see what the National Weather Service is mentioning. They're calling it that surge. It's moving into Washington County, but they don't have any plans to reissue that one that was in Choctaw County at this time. So it's just going to be continuing to stay that one tornado warning closer towards Washington County. Really just noticing some of that lightning really ramping up there. And also on the tail end of this, once we back down just a little bit closer towards Wiggins, really starting to see some of that heavy rain. Now that's outside of the Fox 10 viewing area, but that's what's going to be approaching closer towards Mobile County once it does start to pick up some of that traction, pick up some of that speed heading into tonight. So that'll also be something that we'll have to monitor as it does get a little bit closer, picking up some of that strength on the tail end of that system there. Jason.
All right, so I want to talk about some of the roads that are included in the tornado warned area here in Washington County, and that's going to be Cow Hill Road, Barlow Road, and also Nathan Jordan Road. These are all roads. These are major thoroughfares here. There's Nathan Jordan right there. That's the road that leads up from 56 up towards Mahaffey. We've also got the Barlow Road area that's going to be included in this warning. There's Cow Hill Road right there. We've got State Line Copeland Road included in this warning. Copeland, Buckatuna Road, Lee Wright Road, and then Barlow. Here's the Barlow Road area here, and you are included in this warning. The possible tornado is right on the Washington County line here on the Alabama-Mississippi line. It will be quickly racing across Washington County. Barlow, you are in the warning. Loper, you are in this warning along Highway 17. Areas from really just north of Chatham, the Yarbo area, Loper, and all the way up to Milry, you are included in this warning. Mahaffey and Milry Buckatuna Road, Healing Springs Avenue, you are included in this warning. Tate Road, Sam Sullivan Road, you may be a little on the north end, but you are included in the tornado warning right now. So if I'm calling out your road, then you know that this thing is really close. It will be a matter of minutes, and it's going to move over your area. We've got a tornado warning for Washington County for a potential tornado located right here. It is along Highway 45 near the Buckatuna Chevron, and it's going to be tracking towards Copeland, the Nathan Jordan Road area and Cow Hill Road, and tracking across western Washington County. We're also looking at the possibility of tornadic activity along Highway 17, Jordan, Yarbo, up to Milry, all included in the storm-based warning here. And there is the area of concern right there. It's about to move out of Mississippi and move into Alabama. Further to the north, the tornado warning that was in effect for Choctaw County has been dropped, and they have not continued it into Clark County. So this is a favorable sign for now. Now, you do have severe thunderstorms. that are moving into Coffeyville, that are moving into areas like Thomasville and Grove Hill along Highway 43. This is the line. It's in Choctaw County, but the warning for this northernmost storm has been dropped. The one tornado warning we have is for this cell here, just north of State Line in Knobtown. It's up into Wayne County around Buckatuna, and it's crossing the Alabama line now. This radar image is likely a minute or two old, so I'd expect the rotation area to be crossing the state line now if it hasn't done so already, bearing down on Copeland and Mahaffey and near Nathan Jordan Road, and then it will be getting close to Yarbo here soon, likely in about probably around 7:15 to 7:20 here along Highway 17. The forward speed on this is a very fast 55 miles an hour for this warning here. So we just wanted to alert you to some of the roads that are included in this warning, and we'll see if this warning is continued across Washington County. It may be. It's pretty strong signature showing up on radar. Now, this is the reflectivity, and there's a ton of heavy rain. There are a lot of lightning strikes too that are included in this. You can see the individual lightning bolts here that's moving in and bearing down on Millry now. So while it's raining heavily in Coffeyville and Frankville, the worst of it is still west of you. That's heading in your direction. And it's possible that south from about Silver Cross to Frankville, if this warning is continued, it's going to end up in some of these areas around St. Stephen's here in northeastern Washington County. Right now, northwestern Washington County is included in the warning, but northeastern Washington County may be included in this warning once it moves out of Wayne County and starts to head in your direction as it's moving at about 55 miles an hour. Further to the south, how are we shaping up? Well, we've got a severe thunderstorm situation, and we've had some reports of damage in Stone County. We had winds up to about 55 miles per hour there around Wiggins. And it looks like that line is approaching and moving into George County now. So George County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Greene County, you are no longer under a tornado warning, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for that cell tracking along 98 in Leakesville. If you're in Mobile, it is still west of you. We're not seeing it in Mobile yet, but the storms will come in later, likely 8:30 or 9 o'clock before it makes it to Mobile. It still has a little ways to go, but the forward speed at about 60 miles an hour. It's not going to take it that long to get in the Mobile area. Baldwin County, it'll be just there after Mobile. Again, 8 to 9 o'clock, getting over into Baldwin County, northern Baldwin County first. Storms really aren't that far away from northern Baldwin County. Monroe County, you're going to see these storms kicking out along Highway 84 and heading in your direction. The atmosphere is primed. We had some daytime heating today. We've got a lot of wind. We've got a lot of forcing. We've got enough instability. The ingredients are in place for possibly some strong tornadoes tonight. So this may not be the only tornado warning that we're tracking. In fact, we're expecting more alerts, more severe weather possible as we go through the evening hours here. And we're going to be here with you on Fox 10 News as we track these cells moving through the area. There are thunderstorm warnings in orange. There's one tornado warning in red. Then the entire area is lit up in yellow, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes ahead of the severe alert. So these are warnings. Orange is thunderstorm, red is tornado. Yellow is a watch, meaning that it's not imminently going on, but the conditions are favorable for warnings and alerts coming your way as the evening progresses here. Very, very active. So looks like this cell now, Jennifer, is in the process of moving out of Mississippi and moving into Alabama. We've got a tornado warning here right on the line, and it's going to continue to track into Washington County.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jason. And so that's why it's going to be important. Just make sure that you're staying updated with the forecast as we do get further along into the rest of this evening. As he just pointed out, that tornado watch out there. So that's going to be something to monitor, even if you're not seeing some of these storms just yet. But I keep mentioning it. I know it's breezy out there, but these line of storms, it's only going to continue to kick up some of that wind out there, expecting more of this to be turning gusty out there right along some of those storms. Instead of out of the south, we're going to start to see some of those just shifting out of the north along with this line of storms. So make sure that you're bringing anything inside that could easily be blown away. If it's it's not already gone just yet, we'll only start to see more of those wind gusts beginning to pick up out there. So just make sure that you are going ahead, bringing in any of that patio furniture, any of the trash cans out there, or any of that decor that you might have outside as well. So we're already seeing some of this heavy rain, some of these thunderstorms, even though it's just going to be that severe thunderstorm warning, just moving into northern Clark County. So Thomasville, things are beginning to get active. Grove Hill, Chilton, McIntyre, Campbell, you're likely hearing just some of that thunder, some of that lightning out there, and more of those heavy rains. But I will say that the line not looking as impressive, but if you look behind it, is going to be that big red area right there that's only going to continue to push in. So that's mainly where we're tracking some of those gusty straight line winds that does extend down towards Millery and State Line, down towards Sandhill, Leakesville. You're right on the edge of this, about to see just more of those gusty winds beginning to push in. Clark, Bradley, Royce, it's also getting loud and active for you. And then down towards Lucedale, you're just starting to see some of that rain pushing in. Agricola, you're just on the edge of some of that. Bendale, starting to see some of that light rain. That's going to be turning from moderate to heavy very quickly. And as a reminder, if you don't have to be on the roads at this time for any of our Mississippi counties or Washington or Clark counties, I highly recommend not doing so, just because we already have some of those gusty winds mixed in. It's dark out there, and now we're going to be introducing more of that limited visibility with some of that heavy rainfall. So again, stay off the roads if you don't have to at this time. Mobile, Baldwin counties, you're still okay out there, along with the Florida Panhandle, Monroe, Conecuh, and also Escambia counties in Alabama. You're okay, but just remember, it's breezy out there. Please make sure that you are driving carefully. I was driving on the interstate into here, and it was extremely bumpy out there with some of those cars. They were all going under the speed limit just because of how gusty it was out there. So just make sure you're driving carefully. But here is another look at that active tornado warning. This is included in the Fox 10 viewing area, so we will continue to stick with this. No updates from the National Weather Service, but some extremely gusty winds beginning to push into Copeland at this time, and only expecting more of that to track further off towards the east. So areas just closer towards Washington County, even if you're not included in that, closer towards Bigby, Silver Cross, Mays Crossroad, McVeigh, you will start to see the storm system as it tracks further off towards the east. A reminder, in case you do lose power, it won't take much out there with some of those breezy winds. If you just have a weak little tree limb out there that falls on one of those power lines, then you will start to see just some of those power outages. We are live streaming. That'll be included on our Gulfstream platform, so fox10tv.com. That can be on the Fox 10 app out there. Plus, also, we are live streaming on Facebook in case you do have any of those comments. I was looking up just some of those power outages already. Some of these are going to be on the north side of Citronelle. Looks like about 250 folks right along Highway 45 there that are without power. And then also, as we get closer towards the Mississippi-Alabama state line near Beverly Jeffries Highway, Law Road, and Brown-Blankenship Road, that's where we're starting to see, just again, that's going to be more on the west side of Citronelle, about 105 folks without power. So you're not alone. You can just go ahead, download that Fox 10 weather app, or head on over towards our Fox 10 Facebook page. Here we are live streaming on Facebook Live, and we'll have more of these updates in case you do have any of those damage reports. You can just comment them right there, and we'll pass those along to the National Weather Service. But continuing just to keep a close eye on what we're tracking out there, Jason, it looks like that tornado warning was actually dropped off.
It did. So it expired at 7:15, and the National Weather Service continued it as a severe thunderstorm warning. It has more of a signature of a severe thunderstorm, but if we do see it go back to a tornado warning, we'll break back into programming and let you know what's happening. Right now, it is a severe thunderstorm situation for Clark County, Washington County, Greene County, George County, and now Mobile County is included in the severe thunderstorm. Warning. There are warnings up for all these areas. We're going to keep the information crawling at the bottom of your screen, so we'll have updates as necessary as we go through the evening hours here. A nasty line of storms moving through across the Gulf Coast right now. We are no longer under any tornado warnings, but we do have widespread severe thunderstorms moving into the area. They're quickly crossing the area at about 50 miles an hour, and we likely may have to break into programming. More updates to come, but we'll get back to programming now here on Fox 10. To give you an update on what we're seeing with severe weather in our area, and conditions are favorable for tornadic weather in the area this evening. So far, it's been mainly, fortunately, a severe thunderstorm situation, but we do have, with these severe thunderstorms, the potential of wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We've already got some spotty power outages in the area. So we have team coverage, and we just want to kind of walk you through what's going on here on Facebook. And if we do have a tornado warning, we may actually break out of this Facebook and go on the air, but that's only if we have a tornado warning. We are aware that the presidential address is going to be going on Fox 10 starting at 8 p.m. And we're going to do our best to try and allow that to go through. Hopefully we do not see any tornado warnings. This is a team coverage storm tracker update here on Facebook. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith. I'm here with meteorologist Jennifer Lambers, who is also in the weather pod. Hey, Jen.
Hello, Jason.
And we have been watching this. We've had a number of warnings in the area so far this evening, but no tornado warnings right now. Yeah, that's exactly right. So right now what we have is just going to be some of those severe thunderstorm warnings as they're tracking through. I will go ahead and say that the one area that we're going to be watching extremely closely just as we get further along within about the next 30 minutes is going to be areas closer towards George County, Mississippi. So on the south side of Lucedale is where we're just starting to see some of these very gusty winds beginning to move through right near Agricola. So if you can just start to see a little bit of that inflow motion, so there's a little bit of a notch, you can start to see where it's bending just a little bit. That's going to be the area that we're going to be watching out for as we get further along into, again, just about, oh, there you go, issued a tornado warning for that exact one that we were just mentioning, Jason. Yep, and we are going to switch over and break into programming. So Genevieve, if you'll let me know in my ear when we're actually on. Okay, and we're going to take this live on Fox 10 News, but we're going to keep the stream going on Facebook. So we're going to cover this for a while here on Fox 10 News, and then we'll probably go back to the presidential address. But we are covering a tornado warning here on Fox 10 News. Storm Tracker Alert. We've got a tornado warning for George County. We've been watching this very closely here. I'm here along on team coverage with meteorologist Jennifer Lambers. And south of Lucedale, hey Jen, hello, we've got the warning for this notch right here, and we were just covering this on our Facebook stream, and now we're on air as well because we've got a tornado warning along Highway 63 near Cook's Corner Road, and this is on the south side of the Lucedale area. It is tracking towards Shipman and the Agricola Latonia Road area here. So the areas that are included in the warning are George County, Mississippi, and this is going to be near Highway 63, approaching the Mississippi-Alabama line. Then it will be moving across Mobile County, and the areas that are included in this warning are the Georgetown area, Lott Road, Malone Road, Gulfcrest Road, Chunchula Georgetown Road, Wilmer Georgetown Road, Blewett Tanner Road, the Jones Road area, and down to Cemetery Road. So Wilmer, you are included in this warning. The rotation area is probably going to be a little bit north, more up towards Moffett. We'll see. Right now it is here, and it is moving east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour, and that's going to bring this possible tornado across Highway 613 in George County shortly, and then close to Highway 98 as it crosses Shipman and continues over into northern Mobile County. So Georgetown, you were included in this warning. The Gulfcrest community, Chunchula, and even Roberts Road and parts of Celeste Road are included in this tornado warning right now. Let's look at the area of concern. And so we've been watching this little notch starting to form up. There is a bow signature here, which is indicative of straight line winds. And then we've got some rotation that's occurring right there along Highway 63. And that's why we have a tornado warning right now for George County and for Mobile County. The storms are still a pretty good ways off from Mobile, but it won't be long. They'll be into the area. This thing is racing through the area. There is a very, very wide area that is currently under severe thunderstorm warnings. That's going to include George County, northern Mobile County, most of Washington County. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Clark County, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Monroe County, you're under severe thunderstorm warning. This is the line. It stretches from near Thomasville all the way down across the Tombigbee River, down here towards Highway 45, then down here down to Moffett Road, where we have our tornado warned area just on the southeast side of Loosedale. And then that possible severe thunderstorm will extend all the way down into Jackson County, Mississippi. No warnings up for the southern line right now, but it's likely could be issued at any time. So there is a new tornado warning right now, and that is for right here, just to the south and east of Loosedale and to the north of Agricola. We are looking at a possible tornado, and it is tracking towards Highway 98. We've not had a confirmation of this, but it does look like a notch is formed right there. It's not as pronounced as it was earlier, and it looks like it will be crossing Moffett Road here soon. I've got team coverage here with meteorologist Jennifer Lambers. And Jennifer, what are you seeing with that right there? We had a couple of volume scans where it looked like we had something trying to get going there.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Jason. We were actually already on this Facebook Live going before that tornado warning was issued, because this is something that we were monitoring. We started to notice that little notch that was forming. So we started the Facebook Live. We didn't quite interrupt that TV coverage just yet. But then once the National Weather Service did issue that tornado warning, that was we went ahead and interrupted that programming. Again, we will go back to that soon, but that's just because this is going to be a tornado warning that's moving through Mobile County. That is why we're going to continue to stick with this as we do get further along into the rest of tonight. If you're not seeing any of these storms just yet, again, the key word there is going to be yet. These storms are still making their way across our area, beginning to push into Mobile County, Baldwin County. You're up next, Monroe, Conecuh, Escambia in Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle. And these storms, regardless of any of those tornado warnings, there's still gusty winds ahead of these. So we'll only start to see more of those wind gusts beginning to pick up. But here's where that active tornado warning is. So it is still in George County, Mississippi. Mobile County, you are included in this. So that does include Moffett, Wilmer, Georgetown, Smithtown, Chunchula, Gulf Crest, and even portions of Satsuma. But I will say that it does extend down towards Satsuma, but even then that area of rotation is going to be tracking just more on the north side of it there. But we'll start to see some of that just now moving towards the Mississippi-Alabama line there. And a reminder that we are live streaming this too. So in case you do experience any of those gusty winds out there, you lose power, we are live on our Facebook streaming right now. And so that's going to be a great place to go to also give us damage reports. Do it safely, but in case you do see anything outdoors, let us know. That way we can pass it along to the National Weather Service. That information is real valuable to them just to help talk about some of these storms out there. But this will be something that we continue to monitor, Jason.
And we are going to continue to cover this live on Fox 10. We do have the presidential address ongoing, and we're covering that on our website, fox10tv.com, and also on our Gulf stream. On our live stream, we are covering the presidential address. So if you want to see President Trump, you can check it out on fox10tv.com or on our Gulfstream app. In the meantime, we're going to continue to bring you this potentially life-threatening situation, which is a tornado warning for George County and for Mobile County here live on Fox 10 News. So just around the Shipman area, we've got an area of rotation. This is not far away from Shipman Road. It's going to be somewhere along where Beaver Creek Road crosses Highway 98. When this cell comes across 98, it's going to do so very close to the Blueberry Farm here, or a little north of that, up here along Highway 98. Well, Moffett Road moves on out into Mississippi. It's basically Highway 98, and that's the point where I think it's going to be crossing Mobile County. The forward speed on this is 50 miles an hour. So it is moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. And the tornado was located just south of Loosedale earlier. It is now to the southeast of Loosedale. If you're in Loosedale, it looks like this area of rotation is just past you if you're in the heart of town, but it is getting out along the Highway 98 area between Loosedale and the Alabama line. It is going to be tracking through Mobile County, tracking the squall line at about 50 miles an hour. This is a fast mover, so we're going to see it in the Wilmer area by about 12 minutes after 8 o'clock. It's 3 minutes after 8 o'clock right now. We have this squall line again in the Saraland area by 8:35, and then in the Tensas area by about 8:40. So very quickly, we're going to see this rough weather continuing to move to the east across the area, and within that, we've got an area of rotation which is right here that is going to be moving into Mobile County very, very soon. We have not had any reports of debris or damage with this, but we have been looking inside it just to make sure, and that's the area of concern right there, that little notch near Shipman. It is moving east at 50. It is in George County now, but it won't be long. It'll cross the Alabama line, and I'm thinking it's going to be a little north of Wilmer. So the areas that'll be more concerning would be perhaps up here towards Georgetown and Boothtown. These are some of the locations that will be impacted once this thing moves across. It looks like it's going to be a little south of Prine Road and Lott Road, so it's going to be a little bit more down here where Malone Road intersects with Lott Road when this rotation area comes through, and it's kind of on the north edge of that polygon right now. This warning is going to stay in effect for a while longer here for Mobile County. We may be about to get an update here from George County, and I just wanted to check on this so I could tell you how long the warning is in effect for. 8:30. So the warning is in effect until 8:30 p.m. That's going to be for another 25 minutes. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. We should be getting an update on this anytime. On where some of the areas are going to get trimmed off in George County, and this will be fully in Mobile County. That forward speed at 50 miles an hour is not going to be in George County long. It should be very quickly moving over into Mobile County. Now, you're looking at a radar picture. It's kind of weird looking. This is a velocity product, so it helps us see rotation. It helps us see exactly where this possible tornado is. It's a little different than reflectivity. If we switch over to reflectivity, this is going to be something a little bit more conventional, and that's going to show you where the rain is the heaviest. So right now, the reflectivity signature may be a little ahead of the actual rotation area. That rotation area may be lagging a little bit. It's showing this thing's going to actually be right now on top of the Mississippi-Alabama line. So while that rotation couplet was showing that the possible area of concern was still back over there near Leakesville, it looks like it's crossing the state line now near the Escatawpa River, and this is a very lowly populated portion of the viewing area here. Most of this is timberland here. So a possible rotation area now crossing the Escatawpa north of the Wilmer area, and it's going to continue across some of the forested land out here near Blewett Tanner Road. Eventually, it's going to catch up with Mason Ferry, though. So we've got Mason Ferry Road right here, a number of houses here and homes along Mason Ferry Road. You are under a tornado warning if you're on Mason Ferry Road right now. This is where Blewett Tanner comes into Mason Ferry right there, and then this is where Mason Ferry comes into and intersects with Wilmer Georgetown Road near the hardware store on 217, which is Lott Road. And then we have Chunchula Georgetown Road, and there's a grocery store right here. This is Lott Cemetery Road. These are areas that are included in this warning too. Sunset Trail also is included in that, and the rotation area now should be about right here. So it's a little ahead of where it was when we had it to the south and east of Loosedale. It's such a fast moving system. It looks like that velocity product was lagging a little bit there. So we have it now north of Wilmer, and there it is right there on the state line. And again, it's not super well defined. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for this area. It'll be interesting to see if they hold on to the tornado warning for this here. And if you're joining us and you're looking for the presidential address, we have that on our website, fox10tv.com, and also on our stream. That is on the Fox 10 Gulf stream. We have that update as well. So we are looking at a severe thunderstorm warning now for Mobile County and a tornado warning for Mobile County. Right now there is an area of rotation near the Escatawpa River which is over basically timberland here, but it is tracking towards Mason Ferry Road and Lott Road, as well as Malone Road and Chunchula. And the rotation area is kind of right here on the northern half or the northern third of the storm-based warning. So if you're down around Wilmer, it looks like the rotation area is a little north of you. You may be included in the warning, but it looks like that the rotation area is going to be up here just on the north side of Moffett Road now. If you're in Georgetown, it's going to be a close call. This is a possible tornado here, and it looks like it'll cross a little north of Georgetown, kind of up where Chunchula, Georgetown comes in. And then about right here, you've got Malone Road, which leads up to Gulf Crest, and you have Gulf Crest Road right here. So these are areas that are included in the warning, and then that's the area that we're watching right there. And again, this is one of these warnings that's not super well defined based on what we're seeing, but we are under a tornado warning from the National Weather Service at Mobile Regional. And with it being getting here into Mobile County, we definitely wanted to break in and let you know what's happening there. Out ahead of it, there are other areas that are included. And so your phone may be alerting you to a tornado warning in Satsuma and along Celeste Road north of Saraland. You are in a warning, but it looks like that the warn cell is going to be more in this line here, and that's the new update. So it looks like Satsuma just got trimmed out of the tornado warning, and the tornado warning is now no longer in effect for George County, Mississippi. It's completely in effect for Mobile County, and it is continued. And so it will continue the warning now across Moffett Road. It's about to intersect Mason Ferry Road and then Lott Road and then ultimately Highway 45. The Chunchula Georgetown Road area and the Gulf Crest Road area are included in this warning. Possible tornado coming across here, and it will continue moving east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So if it crosses Highway 45 and it's still intact, it will start working its way over towards the Celeste Road area in northern Mobile County. The actual thunderstorm line, let's look at it on reflectivity just so everybody can see where the rough weather is in relation to their home. We are looking at multiple severe thunderstorm warnings for George County, for Washington County, for Clark County. These are all thunderstorm warnings. The only tornado warning we have is in Mobile County, but it is terrible right now along this line, Jennifer. All along this line, we have severe thunderstorm warnings right now.
That's exactly right, Jason. And so even if you're not seeing that active tornado warning, you're likely still experiencing all of those winds out there. Now, also, I did want to mention something is that we were going to have that speech from President Trump heading into this evening. Also, I wanted to update folks, he has not yet speaking. But if you did want to go ahead and watch some of that pre-coverage before it does happen, we do have that on our website and also on our Gulfstream apps. But again, that speech has not yet started. And so we are going to continue to stay with this coverage with this active tornado warning as it does track through Mobile County. Plus, also, we are live streaming on our Facebook too, in case you do have any of those damage reports. You have any questions for us? We do have team coverage here in studio. Plus, also, we have meteorologist Nicholas Rabosa that's monitoring those comments too. So if you have any specific questions for us, you can ask them right there in the comments, and we would be more than happy to answer those for you. But in case you're just now joining us, you're getting some of those phone alerts. This is still going to be an active system as it tracks through. So it's going to be some of those gusty straight line winds. We're seeing a lot of that thunder and lightning in them, some of that heavy rain, and even ahead of some of these storms, it was breezy out there for this evening. And along this line, we're only going to see more of those gusty winds. If you haven't seen the storms just yet, bring in anything that's outdoors that could easily be blown away. Here's what all of those alerts are looking like. So breaking them down, those yellow boxes, that's going to be that tornado watch. It just means that the conditions are favorable out there. This is something that we were anticipating as we get further along into the rest of this evening. That is why we did have that STORMtracker ALERT day in place, because the ingredients were there for some of those strong to severe storms. We also have that severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be more of those orange boxes that includes portions of Monroe, Clark, Baldwin, Mobile, Washington, and also George and Greene counties. But the only active tornado warning is going to be on the north north side there of Mobile County. So that includes Chunchula, Gulf Crest, Georgetown, and also as you're looking just a little bit closer for some of that street view too, that's going to be Celeste Road, that's going to be Roberts Road, Chunchula, Georgetown Road, but it's mainly going to be that northern side of Celeste Road. So areas closer towards Saraland and Satsuma, you're not included in that. That's going to be as you travel just a little bit further towards the north there for the northern portions of Mobile County. Looking at the reflectivity, it's still active with some of that heavy rain that's moving through, noticing more of those lightning strikes. So it's loud out there, but also a lot of the comments that I'm getting here on the Facebook Live is just talking about how loud the wind is out there. I got a question about Citronelle, just seeing some of that heavy rain not included in that tornado warning. That's going to be further along towards the south of you, but it does include Highway 45 there. So I highly recommend not being out on the roadways at this time if you don't have to be, because it's windy. You'll notice some of those slick roads out there, the low visibility, because it is still going to be some of that heavy rainfall out there. But as we do take a look at what we're tracking, I also got a question for Lucedale, Mississippi. Yeah, Lucedale, you're good. You're on the back side of this. So even just mentioning some of those areas that are in the all clear, that's going to be all of Greene County there. Most of George County, you're almost there. Lucedale, Bendale, you're in the clear. Abbott, you're also in the clear. Shipman, you're almost there. I know that you were included in that tornado warning, but now you're on the back side of it. Chatham, Millry, Coffeyville, you're in the all clear. Thomasville, you're almost there. So if you are in the all clear, you're going to be on the back side of this line. If you haven't quite seen that red stripe that's tracking through, then you still have yet to see some of those strong to severe storms. And really noticing that lightning that's beginning to ramp up closer towards Jackson and Grove Hill. That extends down through portions of Washington County, but here is where that active tornado warning is. And it's going to be right where you can start to see that little bend, that little notch right there. I'll go ahead and highlight it just a little bit towards the west-southwest of Gulf Crest. That's going to be the area that we're keeping a close eye on. You can start to see we call it the inflow right there. But even then, Jason, the good news is that it is looking a little less impressive on our velocity scan here.
Yeah, the velocity doesn't support the rotation of a tornado, but it definitely shows up, Jennifer, on reflectivity where it has, you know, the signature where we would see.
I'm not sure if your mic is on, Jason.
Okay, mic back
there
on.
We go.
I'm just making sure my batteries didn't die. We've been on air for a while
now.
So the situation is right now that the reflectivity shows a signature that could produce a tornado, but we're not totally seeing it on the velocity product. And this could be one of these mini spinny type tornadoes, and we may see it come together very rapidly. But so far, we don't see anything that's well pronounced here on our velocity product. So there's two things we're looking at: velocity, that shows us where the rotation is; reflectivity, that shows us where it's raining, and there is still a notch in the reflectivity. Where is this located? Well, right now it's in Mobile County. It is way north of Mobile, and it is north of Wilmer, and it is north of Sims. And it's going to be in the areas along Lott Road, very close to Malone Road and Chunchula Georgetown Road in the Georgetown community. So the area that we're watching right here, this is Chunchula Georgetown Road right there, and then this is Gulf Crest Road. There is Malone Road. It is right over Mason Ferry in Boothtown right now, and the area of concern is going to continue to rapidly move to the east towards Chunchula Landfill and 45. This is right here around Gulf Crest. So our area of concern right now has crossed Mason Ferry Road, or is crossing Mason Ferry Road up from Georgetown, and it looks like it's about to move across Lott Road imminently. Now, there could be a little delay based on where we see it right now and where it's actually occurring because of the fast forward speed. I mean, this thing's moving at about 50 miles an hour. We get a volume scan about every 2 minutes. And so this signature right here is basically right on top of Lott Road. Now, you may see it there on radar, but it's really more right about here. And this is the area we're watching here. So it would place the concern right near Boothtown, just south of where it intersects Lott Road, and it's about to move over to the Malone Road area. Then beyond that, we have Highway 45, where Chunchula Landfill Road intersects Highway 45. And then further over to the east, we've got it up the old Citronelle Road, and then eventually Celeste Road. So these are going to be areas that are included in the warning, as well as Roberts Road. We have seen Satsuma trimmed out of this, and it's pretty far up Celeste, so it's going to be north of Citronelle and just to the south of Citronelle and north of Saraland as it's tracking through Mobile County. So tornado warning, Mobile County until 8:30. So that means this warning is going to be up for about another 12 minutes. Now, President Trump has entered the chamber. He's going to start speaking soon if he hasn't already. We have that live on fox10tv.com and on our Fox 10 Gulf stream. That's the presidential address. And we're going to cover this warning and see if it is allowed to continue beyond 8:30. Right now, there is still a warning up for Mobile County, but we have not been able to detect debris, which is good, and we do not have very strong rotation in this area right now, which is good. But we do have a severe thunderstorm situation without a doubt, and that's going to include Mobile. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now in Mobile proper. West Mobile, Wilmer and Sims, you're not under a tornado warning, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We've not seen this make it into downtown. We've not seen this make it to the University of South Alabama, but we do see the severe thunderstorm part of this line quickly racing across Big Creek Lake. It is in Wilmer now. We've got a severe thunderstorm in Wilmer right now. It will be in the Sims area in a matter of minutes. We're already starting to get heavy rain here. We could see some power outages with this thunderstorm as it moves through. We've already had some spotty reports of power outages in the area. Then further to the north, we're under the tornado warning for this part of the storm here, the north part of this polygon right into Gulf Crest. So it looks like this has cleared Malone Road. It is crossing Highway 45 now, and then it will continue to move across northern Mobile County on the east side of Highway 45 and generally in the direction of Highway 43. We'll see if the warning is allowed to continue. It was dropped at 8:10 for George County, but it has been maintained here across Mobile County. Very heavy rain, severe thunderstorm warning at Citronelle, but you're not seeing rotation in Citronelle. It's a little bit further south, right here around Gulf Crest. It should continue generally in the direction of Mount Vernon, Chastang, and Salco once it gets closer to Highway 43. Highway 43 is not included in the tornado warning, but you're up next if this tornado warning happens to be continued. Right now, we're not sure if that's going to happen because rotation is not particularly strong. It is 21 minutes after 8 o'clock, and the warning is in effect for another 9 minutes. If you're looking for the presidential address, it's on fox10tv.com. We're going to watch this warning as it crosses Mobile County, but if this tornado warned storm, if this warning is allowed to expire, we're going to go back to the presidential address here on Fox 10. So possible tornado near Gulf Crest and Chunchula, quickly moving across Highway 45 right now. It is now just to the east of Lott Road and Malone Road. So those are areas. Want to give an all clear for George County and also the Earlville Road area and the Escatawpa area of Mobile County. It looks like the worst of the storm is now close to Highway 45. And so it is all clear back to the west, and then it is a tornado warning for you right now on the Highway 45 portion of this storm. There's a lot of lightning with it here too, Jennifer, as this is moving on off to the east, and it's a fast forward speed. I mean, we've got another 50-mile-per-hour rotation area that we're tracking.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was noticing, Jason, is right where that tornado warning is. That's where you can just start to see this burst of lightning that's taking place on the north side of Chunchula, right around Gulf Crest. So even if you haven't quite been seeing all of that heavy rain just yet, if you start to notice some of that yellow coloration there, that's where all of that lightning is taking place. So you have a mixture of the winds that are loud, plus also that lightning that is going to be loud too. And then as we travel further up north, I want to also mention closer towards Grove Hill, you're just starting to see that severe thunderstorm warning, but it's still very active. So Chance, Franklin, Fountain, Purdue Hill, Gosport, Suggsville, Walker Springs, Jackson, and then also Grove Hill, Fulton. It's just extremely loud with some of that heavy rain, but also that active thunder and lightning. Just a reminder that we do have team coverage here at Fox 10. In case you are wanting to see the president's address, we do have that live streaming on our website and also on our Fox 10 Gulf stream. But we will continue to stick with some of these tornado warnings as we do get further along into the rest of this evening. Right now, it's only one. We did have other active tornado warnings earlier in the evening, but it's just going to be this one closer towards Mobile County. The good news is that it is looking weaker and weaker on those velocity scans. So I'm hopeful that the National Weather Service will allow this to continue to run out towards that expiration that'll be taking place just within about the next 6.5 minutes at 8:30 if they don't go ahead and cancel it beforehand, because it is looking less impressive there with each velocity scan that we're getting. But even if it's not going to be rotation or a tornado in it, it is still extremely gusty winds, and those can cause equally as much damage as an EF0 and EF1 tornado. So it's still going to be important just to stay updated, stay safe, make sure you have anything outdoors that could easily be blown away. Go ahead and bring it inside. Also, a reminder, I have had some reports from folks on Facebook here saying that they lost power. It doesn't take much for some of those tree limbs and portions of Mobile to go ahead and just fall on some of those power lines, really regardless of where you are. And so we are also still streaming our coverage in case you do lose your TV service there or any of your power at home. We are streaming on our Facebook Live. That's also where you can actively ask any of those questions. Our meteorologist, Nicholas Herboso, he's in the comment section just answering any of those questions that you may have that maybe we're not able to cover for you here on air. But again, in case you are on the backside of this system, you are in the all clear. You're welcome to go to bed if you've had a long day. That's going to be areas closer towards Chatham, up towards Coffeyville, Thomasville. You're pretty much there. You're looking clear. Still some of that moderate rain, hearing some of that thunder and lightning, but you're good with those severe threats. Might still even continue to be a little breezy out there. Sand Hill, Bradley, Clark, Fruitdale, Vinegar Bend, Wally, Browntown, and even extending down towards Loosedale. Again, Shipman, Agricola, you're looking a lot better, and Bendale too. So portions of pretty much all of Greene County, you are in the clear. The northern and western portions of George County, you're clear. Washington County, you're almost there. If you're on the north or west side of Chatham, you're all clear. And then in Clark County, if you're towards the west of Grove Hill, Thomasville, near Coffeyville, you are all clear. However, areas that haven't quite seen this system just yet, that's going to be in Monroeville, Evergreen. You're still waiting on some of this. Bruton, Atmore, Uri, Flomaton, Century, the entire Florida Panhandle, and most of Baldwin County, just waiting on that. But did just get an update, Jason, that they did go ahead and expire that tornado warning here in the National Weather Service chat. Just not seeing it pop up on our MAC system yet.
All right, with the tornado warning expiring here in Mobile County, we're going to go back to the presidential address. We're going to stay on Facebook for a while. So if you have concerns about the weather, if you're in the Gulf Crest area or around Chunchula or over towards Celeste Road, if you're concerned about the weather, we're going to be on Facebook, but we're going to go ahead and go back to the presidential address. If we have another warning, we'll let you know right away here on Fox 10 News. With this, had a tornado warning in effect earlier for this little notch in the squall line here, and the National Weather Service has allowed that to expire. We really didn't see very strong rotation within about the last 10 minutes as it's moved across Lott Road and Highway 45. However, it's very likely a severe thunderstorm situation. We've got severe thunderstorms ongoing right now, all throughout George County, throughout Mobile County, and all the way up into Clark, Washington, and up into Monroe County. So I've got team coverage going on right here with you on Facebook. I'm here along with meteorologist Jennifer Lambers. And Jennifer, this has been an active evening for us for the Gulf Coast.
It really has. We've had more of those tornado warnings as they were tracking through Mississippi. Now all of these storms are beginning to cross into Alabama, and that's where we're going to start to see some of that ramping up. Southern Mobile County, you haven't quite seen a lot of this just yet. If you're really on the south side there of Dawes, down towards Irvington, Theodore, Coden, Bayou Battery, Grand Bay, Dauphin Island, you're still mostly quiet. Even downtown Mobile, Midtown, West Mobile, you're likely hearing some of that thunder and lightning, getting all of those winds, but haven't quite seen that main line of storms move through just yet. Most of Baldwin County, you're quiet. We're just now starting to see some of that rain pushing closer towards Tensaw and also Stockton. And I did just get an update from the National Weather Service. They said that they are going to allow that tornado warning in Mobile County to expire as mentioned. So that will be the good news that we'll soon start to see that drop off. It'll likely see that red box go ahead and drop off once we get to that 8:30 timestamp. But if you notice that flashing there at the very top, that's going to be a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. So that's going to include portions of Monroe County. So just a little sliver there of Monroeville, mainly Franklin now included in that, Fountain, Purdue Hill, and also extending down towards Frisco City or right on the edge of that Choctaw Bluff and Gainestown that's now included in that brand new severe thunderstorm warning. These will continue to likely just track along with this system as it moves through. Just because we're dealing with the heavy rain, we have more of that thunder and lightning and those gusty winds. I know it was breezy out there ahead of this system, but still more gusty winds along it. I keep mentioning that the winds aren't going to be done just yet. If you're still not seeing that rain just yet, bring in anything outside. I saw some folks out there that were in the comments mentioning that their entire patio furniture was already blown over. They lost all the pillows and the cushions out there. So don't be that person. Make sure you have all of that tied down, put away. Trash cans, also go ahead and bring those in. I think that we're getting a lot of folks on our Facebook Live here in the Saraland area. I'm getting more and more power outage reports from folks in the Saraland area. So you're not alone. We will continue to stay on this Facebook Live as these storms continue to push through. But we will continue here on Facebook. But the presidential address, that's going to be live on air and also on our Gulfstream app. It's going to be on Facebook Live. That will continue with more of this severe weather coverage. So if you're getting texts from friends, family, just asking what's going on with the forecast, you can always direct them or tag them in the comment section there. And that way they're directed towards where we're tracking just along with some of these storms. I will say that with that system that was tornado warned, again, they're allowing that to expire here, probably hopefully in about the next 13 seconds. We'll start to see that red box beginning to drop off. Looking less impressive with that velocity scan, what was that area of rotation, but it's still going to be some of that heavy rain, more of that thunder and lightning. So the majority of Mobile County are likely hearing some of it. There you go. There's that box beginning to drop off there with that tornado warning that was allowed to expire. So no active tornado warnings at this time. It is just going to be severe thunderstorm warnings out there. It's just going to be some of that tornado watches too. We'll likely start to see that tornado watch begin to be shaved off for many of our areas as this line continues to track further off towards the east. But getting more and more reports from folks out there. Felicia says that there is no power in Theodore where she is located. Angela's talking about heavy rain and wind and lightning in Fairview. Madison also says no power in Saraland. Charlene says that West Mobile checking in. It's really windy with just a few sprinkles there, but she's hearing and seeing all of the thunder and the lightning. Also getting, Jordan said that the mailbox tipped over just due to some of those heavy rains. And also just starting to see the Rhonda said Lot Road. We have power and the storm has just passed, but Camellia says that Sims is just dreadful right now with all of that heavy rain and more of that lightning that's beginning to move through. Also getting no power in Cushla from Jalen. So again, if you're without power right now, you are not alone. I'm going to go ahead and check in on the power outage map from Alabama Power just to see where some of these reports are coming from, to see if there's any large ones. What are you tracking right now, Jason?
Just that no tornado warning. I know we've got a graphic at the bottom of our screen that says that no tornado warning for Mobile County. We are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now for a good portion of the area. We don't see anything too alarming with this other than the fact that it's just horrible out there. I mean, we've got a really, really intense thunderstorm. We're likely going to see wind gusts up around 60. Just tracking along this line, where's the worst of it right now? If you're in West Mobile, this is Mobile Regional Airport. That's that ring right there. And so this is just out to the west. And as we go out Tanner Williams Road here, out near Big Creek Lake, you're just getting hammered right now with heavy, heavy rain and wind. And it is bowing out a little bit more further to the north up through Sims. So we are seeing a severe thunderstorm coming through your area. Power outages are possible. This box is flashing here indicating that the severe thunderstorm warning is being expanded and extended. We're getting an update to the severe thunderstorm warning for Mobile and the possibility of hail about 3/4 of an inch in diameter with this storm. Severe thunderstorm warning in Lott Road. Severe thunderstorm warning here for the Chunchula area. These were areas that were under the tornado warning earlier. Now it is a severe thunderstorm warning, Jennifer.
So just continuing to track along, we're getting a brand new scan here from the radar site, just showing where some of this is the most active. So really, Salco, Chastang, Mount Vernon, you're starting to experience all of that heavy rain. Stockton, Bay Minette, hurricane down towards Cloverleaf Landing, White House, Forks, and Stapleton. You're likely hearing some of all of this thunder and lightning. If you were to step outside right now and just look further off towards the west, you'd likely be seeing the sky beginning to light up out there. It is breezy. We've been getting a lot of reports of just how gusty the winds were, so I highly recommend not being out on the roadways at this time if you don't have to be. But a reminder for anyone that's just now joining us, we are live streaming our coverage here on Facebook. If you have any friends, family out there that have questions about the forecast, go ahead and direct them towards this coverage. We will continue to keep with the presidential address on Fox 10 on air and on our Gulfstream app. However, we will go ahead and interrupt that coverage if we have another tornado warning that is issued. But because these are just going to be some of those severe thunderstorm warnings, we will continue with that coverage there. But you can listen to it in the background, plus also watch our coverage here if you have any questions or concerns about the forecast. And as mentioned, we are also monitoring the comments there in case you have any specific questions. Our meteorologist Nicholas Herboso also in the comments there, just answering any of those questions. So here we're really starting to see it light up closer towards Smithtown, Georgetown, Millertown. Sims, you are right on the edge of this as it's pushing along 98 there. Big Creek Lake also now just beginning to get engulfed with some of that heavy rain out there. Grand Bay, Wilmer Road, Tanner Williams, starting to see more of that. Seven Hills, not just yet. If you're near the airport, you're not quite seeing any of that just yet, just mainly some of that light rain, along with Magnolia Grove, 8 Mile, Cushla, Saraland, Satsuma, still mostly quiet. You're likely hearing some of it, but not quite experiencing some of that heavy rain. But a reminder that once that line moves closer towards you, that's when you're really going to start to see more of those gusty winds push in. Now down into our Mississippi counties, Hurley, Big Point also starting to see some of that heavy rain. So if you're near Grand Bay, it hasn't quite crossed the Alabama state line just there yet. We're noticing a little bit of delay in the tail end of that. It's just now pushing in closer towards Escatawpa and Pascagoula. Also Horn Island, Petty Boy Island, just starting to see some of that light rain. So Dauphin Island still quiet. Baldwin County, you're just waiting on it, except for the very northern portion there closer towards Tensas. Florida Panhandle still waiting on it. Atmore, you're just now starting to see some of that light rain extending down towards Flomaton, Little Rock, Wallace, Huxford, Boonville, Uri, but also Tensas down into Stockton, just starting to see more of that moderate rainfall. I just had Darius just comment say the rain is heavy here in Tensas, so it's really starting to get that way, and even can start to see some of that red coloration, just indicating more of that heavy rainfall back towards Chastang and also McIntosh. So we're starting to see more of that just over the Delta region there. But Mobile County really getting the bulk of some of these storms. So Georgetown, Chunchula, Gulf Crest, you're looking a lot better. You're almost done with it. You're almost going to start to see more of that rain just beginning to calm down. So really, if for anywhere on the backside of that red coloration, you're going to be in the all clear with that severe threat. I have Vicki at Cottage Hill just waiting on some of that. Suzanne and Magnolia Springs also waiting on some of that. So if it's not to you just yet, this system is beginning to pick up some of that speed. We've been going back and forth between the storm system moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour is a little bit on the high end for some of that speed, but only expecting that continue to pick up. So let's go ahead and track along with some of those times here as we get further along into this evening. I'm going to go ahead and go at about 50 miles per hour. So that puts it closer towards Fairhope at about 19 minutes after 9 o'clock, so about closer towards 9:20. Bay Minette, that puts you just a little bit after 9 o'clock. But again, as mentioned, this has been fluctuating speed just a little bit, picking up on some of that. I'll even move it forward just a little bit. Puts it closer towards Atmore about 9:12, Loxley 9:22, Bruton 9:35. But again, this is going to be close times, not exact pinpointing some of that, just because the speed on the system's been fluctuating just a bit. Puts it closer towards Saraland in about the next 10 minutes. Downtown Mobile, Midtown Mobile closer just a little bit before 9 o'clock. And then again, Bay Minette just a little bit after 9 p.m., Jason.
So we're just going to continue to go here on our Facebook page here on Fox 10 with an update.
Mic is off, Jason.
Yeah, hey, so we're team coverage here. We're watching a line. It is at this point not tornadic. Oh, my mic's off.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not tornadic, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning, and we just wanted to stay here with you on Facebook. Right now, the line is most of the way through Jackson County, Mississippi. It will be in Grand Bay in about 10 minutes. And then we have it crossing Dawes as well as into the Mobile metro area here soon. We've got it doing so at around 8:56. So right now it's 8:38. So before the 9 o'clock hour, we are looking at a severe thunderstorm coming into Mobile. Right now, that severe thunderstorm is about where Moffett Road and Lott Road come together there, just a little bit south of Lott here. So, and getting down to Moffett Road, and then here getting into, it looks like just to the south Cushla area, seeing the leading edge of this severe thunderstorm. Satsuma, it's almost on top of you. We've got about 7 minutes. It'll be in Satsuma. Expect the winds to pick up. We could easily see wind gusts up around 50 to 60 miles an hour on this line. There are some little segments in it that we're watching. This one here in particular may have some gusty winds. It's going to cross Highway 43 around or just south of Mount Vernon, around the Chastain area. So whenever we see a signature bowing out like this near Salco and Chastain, we are looking at that for an area for possible wind damage that could occur with a severe thunderstorm. And we're looking at the velocity right now, and velocity is very, very high, meaning a lot of wind out there going on with this system, and it's just racing. Southerly winds are racing up to feed this storm right now. Very strong winds. We've had gusts up to around 40 to 50 miles an hour today outside of the severe thunderstorms. Further up the line, severe thunderstorm winds expected in the Tensas community, as well as Blackshear in northern Baldwin County. You can see it's coming through your area right now. Stockton, this line's pretty much on top of you now. There will be lightning and extremely heavy rain. We could see some medium-sized hail. And then as you go all the way up to Monroe County with this thing, it's just going to continue to sweep through the area from west to east. It's moving very fast. So if you've not experienced this thing yet and you're in Mobile, it won't be long. I would say probably about 10 minutes or so, it will be in the heart of Mobile. Right now, it's already happening at Mobile Regional Airport. So we've got a severe thunderstorm here at Tanner Williams and Snow Road. We've got a severe thunderstorm at Newman Road and Airport Boulevard. We've got this entire line moving towards the University of South Alabama. It will be on top of you in a matter of minutes. You will hear the lightning and thunder. The winds will pick up a lot. We could see some power outages in the area this evening. If you've got a generator, you might get to test that thing out this evening with this storm coming through. It's been really horrible in Sims. I know you're getting a lot of heavy rain right now. We've been getting some reports of that in the comments here on our Facebook page in the Sims area and in Wilmer. It will get better in about 30 minutes. Right now, you're in the worst of it in Sims. We're already out of the wind some here in Wilmer, but we're in the embedded portion of the thunderstorm. The heaviest winds are almost always going to be along the leading edge of the line. Then the rain will pick up, and then we'll get over into some lightning, and then you'll start to see some improvements. And, by 9 o'clock in Wilmer, it will be better. The rain will be lighter. It's just taking its time. We have seen the all clear pretty much for George County from a severe perspective. We've definitely got the all clear in Greene County, Mississippi, from a severe perspective. We've got the all clear pretty much for Washington County. You're still technically under a warning, and the area's right along 43 here just north of Mount Vernon, seeing an intense thunderstorm, but almost all the potential of tornadic weather is pretty much over with in Washington County, so that's looking good. Clark County, the worst of the weather is only occurring in the southern part of the county, and we are seeing better weather in Thomasville and Grove Hill. So Coffeyville, Grove Hill, you're through with the tornadic threat. Still ahead of it, Monroe County. We are looking at severe thunderstorms coming through around Franklin, Beatrice, Monroeville, down to Uri. We are looking at storms heading in your direction in Mobile County and Monroe County, and then next up will be Conecuh County. So fast moving line of storms out there, severe thunderstorm warnings up, plenty happening. Presidential address is going on Fox 10. Hopefully we don't see any more tornado warnings, and we'll be able to keep that going on our Fox 10 stream, and we can cover these severe thunderstorms on our Facebook feed. And that would be the ideal situation. We do not want to see any more tornado warnings. We don't want tornadoes in our area, but we do have that threat. We are on our tornado watch until 1 a.m. This is the line and where it is right now in Mobile County. It is quickly approaching Midtown and downtown. It should be over to the eastern shore by about 9:15 or 9:30. So very quickly, this line is going to work its way across Mobile County and head over into Baldwin County. There is a reflectivity maximum right here. We've got some really heavy rain along 614. This is going to be where Grand Bay, Wilmer, and Airport kind of all comes together here. That's where we're seeing some very heavy rain, and that's going to head towards Pace Nursery Road, which is right here. So we have some very heavy rain near Grand Bay, Wilmer, and it's heading out towards Young's Neck, and that's going to be near Hampton Road and Novatan Road, and then also getting out here as it heads towards Seven Hills. It'll be closer to Calvert Road, not Calvert, the community, and also the areas along Pace Nursery Road. And then it'll continue moving into and around Mobile Regional Airport. I already got a little piece of it right there, but this is that reflectivity maximum with some very heavy rainfall going on in the area right now. We could also see some hail out of this thunderstorm as it's coming across Mobile County. This is now getting very close to Union Church too. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. It is not a tornado warning, so we're not seeing the rotation, but we are getting the very gusty winds here. Looks like it's about made it to Grand Bay, Wilmer, and Jeff Hamilton. And then next up will be areas along Interstate 65. It's getting pretty close to 65 in Saraland. You can see just a couple more volume scans. I'd say about 5 minutes, and this thing's going to be right into the heart of Saraland with that fast forward speed at about 50 miles an hour with this line. So we had a tornado warning earlier up around Chanchula and Gulfcrest. That's been allowed to expire, but we are continuing with a tornado warning. Winds to 60 miles per hour. Hail generally around 3/4 of an inch in diameter possible as this moves through, and no tornadoes, which is good. Salco getting heavy rain right now, lightning, and the potential for some power outages. You know, we've had some gusty winds all day. We've had some reports of that in the area, and this is not going to help. And then you add lightning into the equation, which can also cause for power outages. And we'll continue to watch this line. It's pretty linear right now, but as we get little squiggles in it, we could see some rotation, and that's where we're going to have to watch out for the possibility of tornadoes. So this heavy thunderstorm has now crossed the Escatawpa River, and we are still seeing some heavy rain in that area, but it looks like the more severe part of it, the heaviest wind, is going to be right along that edge of the line here. And it's getting really close to Magnolia Grove Golf Course. We got it up here around 45 and the Cushla area here, and Highway 158 coming out of Saraland right there, the new Highway 98 connector, 4-lane all the way out there to Highway 45 now. And the 8 Mile area, it was just a matter of minutes before this severe thunderstorm affects you. Saraland High School, you're out ahead of this. You're about to experience it. Saraland, we've got it starting to get close to Mobile Regional Airport. So severe thunderstorms up all over the place. Warnings for the entire squall line as it moves through Mobile County now, Jennifer. And we've been tracking this thing here on Facebook. Look at this new volume scan coming in. You can see it's pretty much made it to Mobile Regional Airport.
That's exactly right. It is just moving across Mobile County at this time. I want to go ahead and talk about some of the power outages. That's one reason why we're getting a lot of folks that are joining us on our Facebook Live, is because that they are losing power. And so that's why we are continuing on our Facebook Live. Mobile County, it looks to be that there are about 92 different outages impacting almost 1,700 customers. So I was getting quite a few folks that were making some of those reports closer towards Saraland. One of the bigger power outages that I'm noticing is going to be just closer towards Sarah Bayou, Celeste Road, and I-65. So that's about 97 folks that are without power. So if you live near Forest Avenue, Robert Williams Drive, that near Destination Church, that's where you're going to start to see some of those power outages right there just on the north side of Celeste Road. Beginning to see more of those closer towards Saraland 43 there. Near Commerce Drive, Bill Myers Drive, just noticing some of those. So Saraland Boulevard down towards Cleveland Road. There's also additional power outages. So again, they're mainly just isolated. The good news, not quite seeing any of those very large ones just yet. It's more of those large blocks that we're seeing some of those. And additional outages just closer towards Mobile Regional Airport, right on the north side of Airport Boulevard near Snow Road. That's going to include areas just closer towards Beekman Road and near Maxwell Run. So again, you're not alone in case you are experiencing any of those power outages. That's why we're continuing on this Facebook Live. So just let us know in case you have any of those damage reports where you're located. I do have Jamie in the comments saying that we're without power here. We're in Union Grove. Also starting to see more people. Paula's joining us from Tillman's Corner. Dana says that it's storming near Snow and Howells Ferry. So just noticing more of that heavy rain that's going to be causing some of that loud noises. Mo says Crayola is getting noisy. Sydney says rain just started to get heavy in Sims. So that's where we're starting to see some of that heaviest portion really closer towards Big Creek Lake, down towards Seven Hills, Mobile Regional Airport. We do have that circle that's not quite illuminated right there, and that's going to be due to that radar site. So once it gets closer towards the radar site, that's where we start to lose some of that visibility. But areas, if you live near Providence Hospital, Medal of Honor Park, you're about to see more of that heavy rain. That's also going to include the South Alabama campus there. Areas just along I-65 near Midtown, Airport, Dauphin, not quite seeing some of that heavy rain. If you know anyone that's still downtown, let them know, get inside, as this heavy rain is going to be tracking closer towards downtown Mobile once we get just a little bit before 9 p.m. So it is still going to be some fast moving systems that will start to see more of our areas in central to southern Mobile County just engulfed in some of that heavy rain. Right along it, we do not have any active tornado warnings out there. It's just going to be some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. So there's still strong storms, just no active tornado warnings, no active rotation. Moving just a little bit further north, Franklin, you're starting to see a lot of that heavy rain. Monroeville, Repton, Frisco City, down towards Uri, just starting to see more of that moderate to heavy rain. But northern Baldwin County, Tensas, just starting to see that leading edge of it. So you're likely noticing some of those winds beginning to gust up. Crayola right on the edge of that. Saraland, it's almost getting to you. If you live just further towards the west there along Celeste Road, then you're likely starting to see all of that heavy rain, hearing more of those winds. So again, there's still severe thunderstorm warned system because of those gusty winds right along that leading edge. If you start to see some of that heavy rain and then you're on the back side of it, closer towards even Gulf Crest and Chunchula, it's still heavy rain, but that main severe threat for you has ended. It's going to be that leading edge where that will start to see. We're keeping an eye on some of that rotation, but we haven't seen some of that for a while now. That's why we have Fox 10 News continuing with the presidential address. We haven't had to interrupt any more of that coverage because there are no active tornado warnings out there. So we will stay with this on our Facebook Live just as we do continue to keep a close eye on it. I did just get a brand new update from the National Weather Service, just mentioning that the best forcing for this is over our northern counties and is currently lifting out of the area. On the southern end of the line, closer towards southern Mobile County, that's despite the better low instability, it's weakened a little bit over the last hour. So that's great news to hear for Mobile County, is that they also agree that it is beginning that weakening trend on the south side of it. And our northern counties, although it's still a little stronger there, it is beginning to push out of the Fox 10 viewing area, Jason.
Yeah, and we just want to keep an eye on this because there have been some issues where we've seen a few notches and some bends in the line here and there, and it's prompted a few tornado warnings. We definitely have a reflectivity situation where the reflectivity is really high right here, so we may be getting some hail, some very gusty winds around Mobile Regional Airport right now. And it looks like on the southern end of the line, We've seen a little bit of weakening here over the last hour. We just got an update from the National Weather Service on that the strongest forcing, which is one of the key ingredients to severe weather, has actually lifted up into the northern parts of our counties, and it's going to be slipping out of the area. We still have a little bit more instability down here on the southern end of the line, though, and that could offset that limited forcing. So we are looking at heavy rain. It is a very linear squall line, meaning it's pretty straight in nature. There are not a lot of bends or kinks in it here. We've got it coming through West Mobile. We've got it coming through Saraland right now, and we are going to see the potential for a lot of lightning, very heavy rain, and no rotation along the line right now, which is great. We are getting a little wind shift and certainly a real strong rush of wind ahead of this. And then we get up into northern Mobile County, a lot of lightning here near Mount Vernon, and then up to Tensas, Blackshirt, Little River, Uri, up to Frisco and McGargle, and getting into Monroe County with this storm right now. It is more intense on the southern end of it. The reflectivity rates are certainly a lot higher here. We just got a new volume scan. You can see how the radar imagery just jumped. That is indicating the fast forward speed to it. You know, it'll jump like 10 miles in 2 minutes almost, and this thing's flying. Looking at Tensas, Latham, Stockton, Satsuma, Saraland, that's where the leading edge of the storm is now. It extends up into Monroe County. We'll watch this right here. It looks like we got a little bend in it right here. Something to watch, a little piece of it kind of sticking out there around Pritchard, and then also a little notch right over the airport right now, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jason. And just continuing to keep a close eye on some of those comments out there in case you were mentioning some of what you're seeing where you're located. Arella says that she's in Foley and it's very, very windy, not quite yet seeing any of that rain. So that's exactly right, is that we aren't quite seeing some of that rain push into the majority of Baldwin County just yet. It's still pretty quiet. Jordan said no rain yet in Theodore. Corrine says that it's picking up on Highway 43 north of Satsuma. Emily says that it's getting quiet around Airport and Grand Bay right near Wilmer Newman Road. Abby says that she's in Sims and there's a lot of heavy rain and wind out there. And also Bob says heavy rain in the Blackstone area of Sims, and Linda said it is terrible in Creola, pretty scary for her. And Whitney says heavy rain off of Repole near Jeff Hamilton Road. And Chiquita says that it is pouring in Sims. So again, we are keeping an eye on your comments here in case you do have any of those for us, whether it's going to be some of those damage reports, questions, or just reports of what you're seeing, where you're located, because we'll only start to see more of this beginning to push into southern Mobile County not too long from now. So we're at the Fox 10 News Studios here at McGowan Park. So it's right where I-10 and I-65 meet, just along Government there. And we haven't yet seen some of this. We're right near Costco, Hank Aaron, Top Golf, and still quiet for us, likely just very windy out there. Noticing more of that rain just starting to extend closer towards I-65 near Tolmanville and near Forest Hill. Old Shell just starting to see some of that. Spring Hill on the leading edge of it, along if you live near Davidson High School down towards Range Line. Theodore, Irvington, Fowl River, Bayou La Battery, Coden. It's still quiet for you, but look at Grand Bay. Just now about to see some of that heavy rain moving in. So it is tracking along I-10. I've been mentioning it all evening long. If you don't have to be on the roadways at this time, please do not get on them just because it is still extremely windy out there. I was driving along the interstate into work not too long ago, and cars were going well below the speed limit on I-10 because of how windy it was out there. So it's best just to stay off the roadways. If you need to get home, go ahead and do that. If you know anyone that's still in downtown Mobile, let them know that they're about to start to see some of that heavy rain, just more of these storms beginning to push in. But still just starting to see more of that fast forward motion. Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour possible. But now the system moving down on speed just a little bit. It was moving when we had those active tornado warnings about 60 miles per hour, 55. It looks like this is backing down to about 40 miles per hour with that forward speed. So the timing on it in Baldwin County pushing back just a little bit. I know that we were talking about Loxley, the Eastern Shore, closer towards 9:05 to 9:15 with that losing the speed just a little bit. we'll start to notice some of those times ticking back just a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and move this with that new 40-mile-per-hour timestamp to get some of those areas where we're expecting this to push into. So Bay Minette expecting that closer towards 917, Atmore 930, Fairhope 934, Loxley 940, and Century will experience some of these storms closer towards 955. But again, as mentioned, the speed is fluctuating just a little bit. We're noticing it's slowing down, so that timing could be pushed back just a little bit, but we'll likely start to see some of that beginning to fluctuate as we do get closer. And a reminder that we will have Fox 10 News beginning at about 9:30 with more of the news updates and also talking more about some of these storms. That'll be on Fox 10 on air, plus also on our Gulfstream app beginning once that presidential speech does wrap up. We'll come on air after that just to talk about some of these storms. But really, they're going to be pushing through most of Baldwin County and into the Florida Panhandle by the time that does begin. And Mobile County will be a lot more quiet by that point. And so if you're closer towards Citronelle, you're on the back end of this. You're fine. You're out of that severe threat. You're likely still just hearing some of that moderate to heavy rain. Chanchula, Georgetown, Wilmer, you're on the back side of it. So that severe threat for you has ended. Sims, you're almost there. Really, the severe threat has ended. You're just still experiencing some of that heavy rain, more of that thunder and lightning. Big Creek Lake, you're looking a lot better. But if you're not seeing that leading edge to you, then your severe threat has ended. So that will be the good news if you're on the back side of it. Even if you're closer towards Grand Bay Wilmer Road, Tanner Williams Road, your severe threat has ended. Hurley, you're looking better. And areas just closer towards really all of our Mississippi counties, pretty much out of this. Washington County, you're clear. Clark County, you're clear. Y'all can go to bed if you've had a long day out there. That severe threat for you has ended. Monroeville, you're about to experience some more of that heavy rain, but still active just on the north side there of Monroe County, right near Franklin. That's where we're starting to see some of that lightning really beginning to get active. Repton experiencing more of that heavy rain. Tensaw, still active for you. I feel like I've been talking about Tensaw for a while here, as that storm is just taking its time, almost continuing to push through northern Baldwin County. Mount Vernon, you're looking a lot better. You're almost done with some of that heavy rain along with Chastang. Gulf Crest, you're looking a lot better. Chinchula better. Satsuma, Saraland, you're now just experiencing some of that heavy rain pushing in. But as mentioned earlier, southern Mobile County, we're starting to notice a weakening trend with some of these storms. Although it's still going to be windy, it's still going to be gusty out there. It'll be active with some of that lightning, some of that thunder. The tornado threat is beginning to drop off. And actually, Jason, it looks like they just dropped off that severe thunderstorm warning, or they allowed it to expire for Mobile County.
Yeah, and I also wanted to pass along that the tornado watch has been dropped for a number of counties in our area. We've got the all clear for areas on the west side of this line. So places like George County, Greene County, Jackson County, Clark County, and Washington County are no longer under tornado watches, and we are no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning in Mobile County. So things are looking better there. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning up here into Monroe County, and we are looking at that up here into Connecticut County. And obviously we've got a very strong thunderstorm coming from Mobile. We just wanted to break in here on Facebook for a while and give you a real thorough update of what's going on. I do expect this line to continue to work over into Baldwin County. If things ramp up, we'll come back on either on Facebook or on our Fox 10 News coverage. Right now, we do have the presidential address ongoing. We will have Fox 10 News after the presidential address, and we'll keep watching this weather situation for you. Right now, no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning in Mobile County or in Baldwin County, but we do have some very heavy storms coming through, power outages possible, heavy rain, and also some lightning. We'll keep you posted on Fox 10 News throughout the evening. Evening hours tonight, we're going to see severe weather possible continuing into the at least midnight, possibly around 1 in the morning. Here's what we're seeing with the current alerts. These storms are actually ramping up in intensity and they're getting a little stronger in South Baldwin County. So it's not over with. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning, Conecuh County, Monroe County, Escambia County, and also one in Baldwin County and here around the Pensacola area now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a very rapidly advancing line. It is shifting to the east quickly. And look at this here. Very nasty looking cell here. Just moved through Gulf Shores. It's right on top of Perdido Key now. It's crossing over and tracking into Pensacola, and it's already getting into West Pensacola now, but it's going to be in the Pensacola area in about 10 or 15 minutes. Further up the line here, still looking very well organized with thunderstorms. We've got a lightning maximum right here just to the west of Molino. That's tracking towards Molino. We'll be there in about 5 or 10 minutes. And then further up the line we go. More activity just rolled through Admore. It's bearing down on Bruton now. We are not under a warning for Bruton, but there is a warning for Castleberry and up to Evergreen as you get into Conecuh County. So you can see how active things are. It's improving back to the west. We've actually seen some changes here. A lot of counties have been dropped out of the tornado watch. That includes Mobile County. No longer in a tornado watch, just a little ways to go, and we'll have this line through Baldwin County, and we'll be able to drop off Baldwin County as well. Clark, Washington, Greene, George counties no longer under a tornado watch. Further up the line, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for primarily Conecuh County. Technically, Monroe County is still included in that warning, but the warned part of the storm, the heavy part of the storm, is over past Evergreen and is starting to approach Bruton. Looks like we just had a new update with a severe thunderstorm warning extended basically for the whole panhandle. So Escambia, Santa Rosa, and Okaloosa counties now under a severe thunderstorm warning for that line that's approaching. So we still got to get that squall line through the area. Here's a look at the timing. By the time we get into the midnight hour, this thing should be over near Destin, and that will be it. It will be out of the area by about 1 a.m. and our weather conditions will start to improve. So we will see some improvements there. Here is the long range forecast. We've still got some severe weather to deal with. We're going to watch it overnight here with team coverage, but we do clear out on Ash Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Our next rain chance Saturday. I'm not expecting severe weather, and then more decent weather with some pre-spring type conditions into early next week. And one of the things we saw today, in addition to the severe threat, it was a windy day. Still real windy right now. Here's more with meteorologist Jennifer Lambers.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. It was breezy out there today across the Gulf Coast. And the good news is that we are starting to see some of those winds beginning to calm down. Right now in Mobile Regional, we're just around 5 miles per hour. But if you notice closer towards Pensacola, it's real breezy. Those winds are out of the south right now. Just the sustained wind speeds are going to be above 30 miles per hour. Evergreen still closer towards 15 miles per hour, and only starting to see more of those winds beginning to ramp up in Escambia, Santa Rosa, and Okaloosa counties in Florida. So it's breezy out there. We do have that wind advisory that is in effect until midnight heading into this evening. But if you spent any time outdoors earlier today, it was breezy out there. Here's those maximum wind gusts that we saw. Mobile Regional saw wind gusts of 54 miles per hour. Pensacola 44, Evergreen 52. It was breezy, but the good news, once you start to see those storms move through, the wind will begin to calm down. In the wake of that system, they'll be out of the north heading into tomorrow with those calm conditions on the way. Chief Meteorologist Jason Smith will have a final look at your forecast coming up in just a little bit. Cameron.
Jen and Jason.